What? 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 Hi, BB. Hi, Raiders. Hi, everyone. Ah. What the heck? Ah. I just got back with my tea. I was just waiting for it to cool down. Ah. Wow. I hope Monster Hunter was cozy. Beep, beep. I was lurking. Thank you so much. Hi. Hi. Oh. If any raiders need to get some rest, by all means, make sure you take care of yourselves. Also, there's always company for me. Yeah, me too. I'm so excited for Ascendance. Ah. I'm so looking forward to hunting with everybody when the expansion comes. I'm so hyped. I'm so hyped. Ah. Wow. Yippee. Okay, I'm just making sure that I have things mostly set up here. I think I do. Gonna go pass out now. Yeah! I hope you're able to sleep well. Take care, BB. I send you hugs and well wishes. Ah. Hello. Blah, 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 blah. My tea hasn't fully cooled down yet, but that's okay. I can take small little sips. Hi, Mystic. Hi, Ancient Pie. Hi, everybody. Blah. Big stretch. Blah. So I originally intended to start stream before midnight, but it is now 5 a.m. I overslept and woke up around, around 3 a.m. But that just means I got the rest that I needed. I had a good breakfast, I had a good shower, brushed my teeth, did a whole morning routine. I'm cozy, got some tea. Alright. Today, I'm gonna be working on the little Polaroid graphic for the Grand Library. That is what we'll be working on today. Not quite sure how it's gonna turn out, but yeah, we'll find out. Hi, Joker! Hi, Joker! Hi, Joker. You're also an amazing artist. Ah, I'm doing well. I am cozy. Just trying to figure out how I want to structure this background here. Mm. Oh good, unable to stream, so I started working on stream content. Whoa! Wow. I hope that's going well. Unable to sleep. Oh, gotcha. I see. But yeah, so since last time I did get the attic added to the website, as well as I wrote the description for it. So we have another location entry pretty much finished. We are making progress. Slowly but surely. With the website. All things done, yeah. Doing my best. For this here, I'm just kind of sort of just getting a layout placed. There's nothing too thought out yet, but I'm kind of roughly basing it off of the web, like the lore page background here that we have. This is kind of the idea behind the Grand Library that I wanted to go for. As you see, it's kind of like I don't know, it's like a bunch of connecting hallways with a bunch of bookshelves. Kind of like the idea behind the Grand Library. Yeah, hope everyone is doing well today. We're making sure to take care of yourselves. But yeah, scavenge, it's like a silly little command where it's mostly just a for fun chat command, so it doesn't actually really do anything, but it get like a random item. Oh, it's scavenge with an E. There you go. Yeah, you got it. Whoa. Also, as just a little thing to thank everybody for being patient, I did add a small amount of new cosmetics for stream avatars. Let me see if I can find them. Ta-da. Hi, Medic. Hi, Angry Toast. Hi, everyone. Okay, so I added a few new items. Let me just find them here. So we got a couple of recolors of the Faded Scholar set. Got this, and then I think in the body section somewhere. Yes, we got we got this recolor. And then I made a little suit. A little suit that candles can wear. As well as fancy little slanted hat. And a mysterious bowler hat. Yeah, just a couple of cosmetics. And a few recolors. I think that was about it. I think. Yeah. Yeah. Fluffy Sheep, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Welcome on in. Curious, do humans that enter the manor get a territory, or does the manor leave them to the halls unlike the candles? The humans kind of just show up anywhere, really, when they first enter. They can show up on pretty much any floor. Which means the immediate danger that they're in is kind of, well, up to fate, I guess. Floors? How many floors are there in the manor? A lot. The floors are kind of like, if you think of them kind of like biomes, there's a ton of different floors with a ton of different, climates and themes and whatnot. It's very expansive, and yeah. It's kind of like a ginormous labyrinth, and multiple floors can take on the same themes. So for example, the attic that we worked on last time, this, wait, not this place. Wait, what did I enable? Oh, that. Yeah, the attic we worked on last time. This doesn't necessarily appear at the top of the manor. That's one of the the lore points for the attic. Despite its name, it doesn't always appear on the upper floors. Can you get to be fairly deep below ground too? Yeah. Because the manor itself is kind of like a pocket dimension. I imagine it's like an eldritch being floating in a void or something. I don't know. We may never get to see the outside. All the candles will ever know is the halls of the manor. Looks amazing, I can tell. Ah! Thank you. Nice steady hands. That is all thanks to the new Clip Studio Paint version. It's so nice with brush performance. And here, so like if I make a line here and then I hold the pen, it does like a course correction thing, which really helps with backgrounds. Kind of gives me like a guideline. So if I did this, right, then I'd be able to, smoothly use that as a guide. Yeah. At least it means nobody's fighting for territory, but it does mean getting lost easier. Yeah. Yeah, Clip Studio version 5, I think it is. I made the huge leap all the way from version 1. I had never updated Clip Studio before. This is all new to me. How much left needs to be done before the website's launched? Oh, so we are coming down to the last few things I need to do, really. Like, I believe once I finish these polaroids for the locations, these little, like, background sketches for the location lore page, all that's left to do, really, is writing. So I'll probably do quite a bit of writing, because most of the character entries are already done, but there are a few that just need to be cleaned up. I still gotta finish Grand Librarian Candle's story, and then I have to write Mad Waltz's story and Irishard's story. And then of course finish writing all the location entries, but aside from that, things are getting really close. The end is in sight, I guess, is the way to put it. The finish line is visible. You had to put it on 0 to 100%. I want to say somewhere in the 80 range. Like the high 80s. The little background Polaroids here are like the last artwork that needs to be done. But after that, I just gotta focus on writing, and then after that, I want to do one final pass of the website. So I'll be going through all of the index, all the CSS files, and just make sure everything is functional. Yeah. But for the most part, we are looking at final little bits of work that I need to do for the site. And then I can finally... well, just take a little breather first, of course. I would like to spend some time... Cryo, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for the 15 months. Hi, Cryo. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, welcome in. Oh, yes. Yeah, I saw the Gubby redeem. Thank you. Hi, Springs. Yeah, after I finish the website, I think I'd like to take some time to just unwind and maybe do some commissions. Possibly work on a few commissions and stuff. Try to do some of those. It's been a while since I've taken on any commission work. But that was, yeah, it was entirely because I wanted to take the time to work on this personal project first. Palms open then? Soon to be. Just want to finish this stuff with the website first. But yeah, once the website is launched, that's when I'll probably open them up. Hi, Staz. Yeah, I'll have to figure out how to really, or how I want to price things, because I still am really bad at like accepting payments for art. I know it's like a necessity to keep living, but I don't know. I've been really bad at like deciding on prices, but I don't want to cost anybody an arm and a leg. That's the thing. I know money these days is, kind of tight. So I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to cost anybody a fortune or something. You a vegan? Probably, perhaps. I do have to give the library a bit of like a ruined vibe though, because canonically at this current point in time, the Grand Library is in ruins. I understand the feeling. I studied about these things. You have a couple of things to charge for. The main one is your time. Is the old version of your candle still frequent the library? I have no idea. I haven't thought about that one. Dun, 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 dun. This is a new model, meaning a new candle, and not the old one. Yeah. So we can even start filling up using the hot cocoa. Yippee! Yeah, every candle has their own scent. Because I just thought that'd be like a cute little extra detail for the candles to all have. The hot cocoa, yeah. I'm a big fan of hot chocolate. Cocoa. Ooh. Hydrangea, petrichor, and a hint of cedarwood. Ooh. Ooh. I've done 4 before. I don't know, I just really like the idea of the Grand Library is like a labyrinth of books and knowledge and whatnot. Like there might be like one sort of like communal looking library area, but for the most part it's like like a series of paths and books and all that stuff all gathered into one place. Wow, we can go sleep. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Hello, hello. Coffee, chocolate, and milk. Ooh. Well, thank you for the hydrate and stretch. Thank you, Sunsweets. What kind of books would be found here in the first place? That's a good question. Probably be like the accumulation of candle research and whatnot, because the lore of the Grand Library, not to spoil too much, but the Grand Library was actually one of the only floors that really came to be because of the candles. And therefore, the manor didn't really have much of an idea that the candles were even here to begin with. It wasn't until the manor found the candles in the Grand Library that the library collapsed. Yeah, essentially a candle found a trace of the manor's favor in one of the books. They burned it, not knowing that that would fall upon the manor, pretty much. And that's how the manor was made aware of the existence of the Grand Library, and, well... yeah. Terrifying rumblings and destruction followed. Yeah. So part of the matter, you would say? Yeah. I mean, it always has been, but like once the manor found it, because I believe there's just like a standard floor before, before the candles, you know, without the manor knowing, used this floor as like a kind of a safe haven. Continue their research and whatnot. I mean, it's not ever changing, just like regular floors. I think there's only... I had to guess off the top of my head. I think there's only 2 candles that survived the collapse of the Grand Library. Only 2 candles lived from what happened. Why would the manor collapse in the first place? I think it's mostly that the manor doesn't really like the preservation of knowledge, I guess. And I don't know why. It just... I don't know. Like, the manor loves all the things that it creates. Like, all the living things that it creates, but for some reason, it's just not too thrilled at the idea of preservation of knowledge. Maybe the manor just isn't that, like, sentimental. The manor itself does have a little bit of a dilemma. Because, I think it might be like a small bit of like self-loathing. Like the locations of the manor, are the manor itself, whereas the manor-born creatures, the entities, they're made from the manor, but they're their own living things, and the manor adores them, I guess. So essentially, it's like a thing of, the manor caring more for its inhabitants than itself. And I guess the preservation of knowledge reminds it of itself, and the fact that, the manor itself is like rooted in kind of tragedy and pretty much the cause of, all these creatures suffering because, well, it created them, right? Like the manor is creating these beings that have, life, but it also understands that it itself is also the greatest threat to those living things. So it's kind of like a little bit of self-resentment that the manor has towards itself, clashing with the love that it has for the creatures. Even though, like, the manor can't directly show the entities that it really does care for them. I don't know, it's like a... kind of like, it's like a one-sided love, I guess, that the manor has for all of its inhabitants, that it knows can't be reciprocated because, the manor isn't, like, truly alive, like, to be able to convey itself to the entities. Like, the candles, for example, they know that the manor is sentient, but they don't really get how or in what way, really? I don't know, it's really weird. It's it's probably like way more complicated than it needs to be, but yeah. Essentially, the manor understands that it is what causes, you know, the entities to suffer, but it also can't stop creating them because the manor doesn't want to be alone or something. Circuit! Hi, Circuit. Hello, hello. Hope you're doing well. Hi. Hey, Circuit. I hope you had a wonderful stream today. Hello. Hello, hello. A lot of progress on keychain. Whoa, keychain. Wow. Wonderful to hear. Oh my god. If you do wanna share art tags, you're more than welcome to DM me. Ah. Only if you want to, of course. No worries. If you or any of your raiders needs to head out to get some rest or anything like that, by all means, don't let me stop ya. Always nice to see you. How's Candle and lore and art? Yeah! Stuff is going well. I am doing well. I am cozy. The website is getting closer and closer to being done every day. Things are moving. See, we're in progress. Yippee! Wow! That's so cool. Ah, that's so cute. Wow. Would it be okay if I showed on stream, or would you rather wait for it to be finished? I don't. Wow. It's such cute art. Oh my god. Wow. Which one do you want? Okay, okay. Yippee yippee. Okay. Here, I'll put it on screen here. This is the art that Circuit made. Wow! It's so cute. It's so cute. The art is so cute. Rah! Wah! Wow, it's so cute. Yippee. Thank you for sharing this with us, Circuit. Wow. Fellow artist who inspires me every day. You and everyone inspire me, Circuit. Wow, it's so cute. Wow. Oh yeah, I guess I'll wait for the ads to be over. Probably wait for the ads. Wow, 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 wow. That is so cute. Yeah, I'll wait for the ads to be over. Yeah. Hi, Wolfric. I'm doing well. Hope you are as well. I am cozy. I'm thinking of possibly doing some new art for the background. Let's see. Ah. Oh, and for those who didn't see it, I'll put it up on screen again. So I wanted to share the art that Circuit made, the art tags. It's so good. I'll put it back on screen here. Wow! Yippee! Yeah. This is the art that Circuit was working on. It looks so cute. It looks so good. Wow! Oh. If you aren't already, please follow Circuit. Wow! Circuit's art is wonderful. Fellow artist here on Twitch who inspires me every day. Wow! Yippee, 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 yippee. Just love how lively it is. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, 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 wow. I'm just experimenting with like a different style for the Grand Library here, just in case. Just letting my mind wander a little bit. See if I can't come up with like a new design. Sometimes it's just fun to experiment. A little wander inside your mind, yeah. But I do kind of want to make the Grand Library kind of fit its name, you know? The current version we have is kind of more just like a library. I want to see if I can make like a grand scale, like very huge location or something. Want to be grand but still ruined, yeah. So I'll probably have like some toppled bookshelves and stuff like that. Thank you for the headpads. Yeah, take care, Circuit. Thank you. I think I'm liking this so far. Can see like there's like a big old main room here with like a staircase or something. I just gotta add like the ruined aspects to it soon. These are supposed to be ruins, but also kind of want to make them look lived in. Oh yeah, I should probably save. It's been a little bit. Here we go. What is Guppy? It's just a weird grub creature. It's like a worm. I don't know. I'm not quite sure what it's a grub to, like what species it is, but it's just a creature. You guys have been in the stream? I have not kept track. I haven't counted. Hi, Armor Crocodile. Hi, Lucy Chaos. Hello. Welcome in. Want a body double for our fight prep? Oh, gotcha. Good luck. Hope all goes well. How's you? I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing good. I'm just working on website stuff. Yeah. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Whoops. There we go. Website? Yeah, I'm working on my very own lore website from scratch. Built from scratch using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. We had a site before using those like pre-made sites like Card, which is customized one of those. That was our old lore website, but this one, I don't know, I just kind of wanted to treat the world right, like this universe that I'm making. So I've starting from scratch, and yeah, I'm learning HTML, though I'm not the best at it. But I still want to do it right. Writer 2, yippee! Yeah. Been working on this site for probably 7 months or so at this point now. Hi, old man Windbreaker. Could do art things, yeah! Hope all goes well. Oh yeah, you can customize your candle. Yeah, the stream avatars extension. You're making a game? At some point. I have a bunch of foundational notes taken down for a game that I want to make. For sure. Yeah. This website is pretty much just like the stepping stone to creating the game at some point. Show the mana rat? Yeah, I could show the mana rat. It's a... Hold on. Okay, here we go. Mana rat. Pretty sure it's in this page. Hold on, let me do. So those are the wick lists, but not what we're looking for here. Mana rat, there we go. The mana rat. Very large rat feature. Here's the chef for comparison. Yeah, a pretty large creature, all things considered. With a spooky looking humanoid stitched face. Yeah, it's just like a messed up eldritch rat creature. Dun da da dun. Now, the perspective skills you have, I have no idea what I'm doing. I am entirely winging it and just trusting the process. I have no idea what I'm doing here. Spooky music not making anxious? Nah. I find it cozy. Oh, Ember Vent. There we go. Hi, Desting. Hello. Hi, Sly Angel. I am drawing a little Polaroid for one of my backgrounds, or I guess locations. Essentially, it's like a little in-universe sketch, I guess. This is kind of like what I'm working on. It's some art for a website. And this is just like a visualizer. It's like what the locations kind of look like. Yeah. Yeah, this is gonna be for a website. We'll have like the drawing of the location here, and then here's where the text and whatnot goes, yada yada. Yeah. An eventual game, yeah. I'm still in like the early stages of this whole development thing. So right now I'm just kind of establishing the world, refining my skills, and then hopefully one day I'll start working on a game. One step at a time, yeah. Like I've got the character art style, I think, down pat. Like yeah. I've got the character art style the way I want it to be. Locations, I think with most artists, I think locations and like backgrounds are pretty tough. So it is going to take a little bit of learning for me. But I hope to improve my skills. Here's an example of one that we did earlier. This one here. This one's for the attic, which is this floor here. So I'm kind of just concepting each location and whatnot. And this is what we have so far for the attic floor. You know, it kind of just looks like a giant, spooky storage attic, I guess. Yeah. And then this is how it will appear in the website. So, you know, it's a little black and white sketch of the attic. You can see here a bunch of like support beams and, you know, like random supplies and furniture and whatnot. Have like a little crawl space here. Yeah. So that's kind of what we're working on. That's kind of like the gist of it. Let's see. Let's see. Trying to get some inspiration here. Okay. Yeah. Boss battle, good luck. If you'd like to join, all you gotta do is type exclamation point, followed by the class that you like to play as. So for example, exclamation point warrior. Oh wait, it was the custom one. Hold on. Repertoire. There we go. Now it started. I wasn't looking. Abattoir. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I won't lie. Some of the older bosses are a little like not well designed. So like I do one day want to go back and kind of rework some of the bosses and I don't know, just rebalance the whole boss fight thing. 'Cause a lot of the stuff is from 2022, if you can believe it. 2022. So as you can imagine, a lot has happened since then. Congratulations on the boss fight. But the NPCs always get loot. I don't know. They're counted as players, but they aren't. Uh, it's weird, but they don't take away from anyone's chances. That's the thing. Like, yeah, nobody's item technically got stolen by a bot. It's just that the bots just so happen to get the drop. But it doesn't take away from anyone else's chances. The chance for loot is all individual player based. What's a guaranteed loot? Not usually. They just for some reason have a high chance to get it. I'm not sure why. Able. I like drawing these little foreground elements just to kind of add a little bit of extra flavor to the backgrounds. Oh yeah, Splatoon. Suppose it would be kind of hard to really get started. I can see how. I'm so looking forward to Don't Starve Elsewhere. I need it. I don't know when we're gonna see news next because we didn't see news at Clayfest. But oh, I need it. I've already made a promise that once Don't Starve Elsewhere comes out, that'll be my first 24-hour stream. First 24-hour stream reel. Yeah, Don't Starve Elsewhere. Be my first 24-hour stream when it comes out. Are you possibly going to do a solo DLC releases or are others allowed to join? I'm not quite sure yet. Because I think it'd be kind of fun to learn the game with others. I've always enjoyed that experience. I've always loved when, you know, I learn a new game with friends and we all have our own little discoveries like, whoa, wait, when you do this, it, whoa, whoa. But I'm not sure how long it's gonna be because if I had to guess, Don't Starve Elsewhere at the earliest probably comes out next year in beta or something, early access. Let's see. Hi, Kimono Snail. Hello. And Shadow Song. Hello. Boss battle. Good luck. Oh, the sleeper. Feature. The sleeper is in a weird state right now in the canon, because at the moment I'm not quite sure if the sleeper is still canon. It's likely that it is, but I don't know. We'll have to see how the world develops, I guess. It's like Lord Keeper, yeah. Because the sleeper is a much older character as well. It was designed, I think, in 2022 or early 2023. So it is quite an old entity. Does work system work? Oh, so um when your candle is up in front here, you'll see this little box here with a bunch of like colored options. How this works is you type 1, 2, or 3 to choose your attacks. How does it swap like that? I think that's a bard skill, I think. Able to like switch your turn out for someone else's turn. So that they can go instead. What boss is this? Oh, it's an entity that goes by the name Sleeper. It is, yeah, the Sleeper. So I'm not sure if it's like still canon. It is a fairly old design, old entity. Yeah, I'm not quite sure if it's still within the walls of the manor, but it's possible. Mm. Dun, 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 dun. Wonder if a carpet like this would make it feel more grand. I don't know. Or like, yeah, some sort of carpet. Yeah, some sort of tattered carpet or something. I like this here. However, is a code find. So yeah, stream avatars is one of the things I did not code, or make for the stream. Stream avatars is a program on Steam. Yeah. Here, I'll pull up the page here. There it is. Yeah. So yeah, it's a very customizable program though. So I did make a whole bunch of, well, I mean, like, yeah, everything is customized pretty much. Custom avatars, custom bosses, all that stuff. So I just made stuff within the program. I did not make the program. Yeah. Yeah, I fell in love with stream avatars around the time, like, it was before I started streaming, if you can believe that. I found it before I started streaming, and I thought, like, this would be such a cute thing to launch with. I don't know. I think I'm actually liking this vibe of the Grand Library compared to this one. I think we're getting a bit more of a realized idea. For how this place may have once looked. Dun dun dun. Before the collapse of the Grand Library. Feels like there's more depth to it. Yippee! Yeah. More grand. Yippee! Asian Christian, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Hello. How to customize your avatars? Oh yeah, with the Stream Avatars extension. If you can't see it, then you can use this here, the customize link there. But if you scroll down into the About section, there should be a Stream Avatars extension that you could also customize at it as well. Yeah. All in chandelier, that'd be a cool idea, I think. Like, boom, right here or something. Bam. Yeah. I think that's a fun idea. Little candle chandelier or something. Yeah, I'm just gonna do this just to save like a little checkpoint before we did the chandelier there. That way I can add some more decay and ruin to the Grand Library. I do love the idea of a crashed chandelier. I think that that works quite well. The idea is that, you know, the Grand Library as like a playable location would be kind of hard to like navigate around because there's so much like crashed debris and stuff like that. Falling over bookshelves and all that stuff. So it almost kind of, I don't know, I feel like the Grand Library might feel more linear than the other floors, but since the halls do appear different each time, there would still be like enough variation, I think. Also add some like books on the ground or something. The lecture hall in Bloodborne. Ooh. Yeah, for those curious about like what the genre of the game is going to be, I know it's a little overdone, and I do want to make it something special, but it is in essence going to be a roguelike game, but I want to try a different approach to where it's a survival horror roguelike. I just felt like that genre fits the manner best, since in canon the layout is always different, and it's kind of it's ever shifting. Yeah, but there will be like, I don't know, the way I'm thinking of like the story and stuff like that is I'm going to try and make a game first and apply the story second, but that's not to say that there won't be a story. It'll just be applied in the same way as something like The Binding of Isaac, where, you know, that game focuses mostly on the gameplay with the story coming second. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah. But I think like most of the endings to the game are probably going to be like left up to the player's interpretations, I think. Because the manner and, you know, just the overall story of Heroic, I just don't think has a conclusive ending, you know? It's very much an eldritch world that's in a limbo right now, so I can't really imagine it having much of a conclusive ending. Because, I don't know, it's kind of just a desolate world, you know? It's like the candles being manor-born creatures, they like their souls are bound to the manor, so they can never leave. So it's kind of more so, you know, them having to come to terms with that, and you know, having to live with that. Basically, the candles are trying to make a home for themselves in the manor, and they're doing so by collecting items and whatnot, and like burning them at a chandelier in the safe room. And what that's doing is it's slowly awakening the manor, I guess. And the more that they do so, the more that they earn the manor's favor. So there's a little bit of like extraction in the game as well. I want to design the game to be like, you play how you want off the start, or at the start, you know? Like, there's gonna be a couple of different ways to play the game. Or like two off the start, two intended ways of playing the game. You could play the game as like an extraction game, right? You go into the halls, you gather as many items as you can, and then you try to escape with those items, and then you can burn those items to start earning the manor's favor. Or you could play the game like a see how long you can survive kind of thing, and both would contribute to progression, essentially. You make a feature in the safe room where you can find decor and decorate the safe room. Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to do. I'm not sure if I have like proper sketches for it. But I love the idea of players being able to make their own safe room with the different like furniture they come across. I'm not sure how it would work. It could be like I'm not quite sure how it would work, but I'd like there to be some sort of system where, let's say you come across this, this very basic drawer. You find this in the common halls, and maybe there'd be like maybe an item you could get, or I don't know, it's some sort of feature that you unlock or something where you're able to like possibly like I'm not sure how it would work, but like imagine like maybe almost like burning this drawer, and those embers get like collected into your flame. So it's like you're kind of like almost photocopying that item, I guess. Photocopying that item in your mind or something, in your flame. And then you'd be able to recreate that furniture piece back in your safe room. So I'm just not quite sure what it would cost. Like if it's just like, you collect an item and now it's like available for you to place, which would be like a simple approach, because I don't know if I really want to add like too much grinding. I want it to be like a fun thing. Be like, you collect items and they appear in your little furniture thing, and then you can place them wherever you want. So I don't know. I'm not sure if it'd be like. Oh, actually, wait, no, I have a few ideas. Okay, wait, I have a couple ideas. So I think one of the primary currencies I want to include in the game are wax seals or embers. I'm not quite sure. One of the two. But maybe wax seals could be used to purchase items from like vendors and whatnot. Whereas embers, you might be able to get them from, just burning items. So it'd be a currency that you'd always be collecting. And maybe you could use the embers to call upon, the memory of a furniture that you burnt. So, okay, so here's an idea, right? So you're gathering items, and then you end your run by returning to the safe room, right? So let's say you return back to the safe room, and then you burn items, or you sacrifice items to the chandelier. You burn the items, and those embers get collected by the chandelier, and yada yada yada. As you burn more items, more of the flames on the candles light up. But also, you get a few embers for yourself. So maybe that's what it could be. So you get like double the rewards. It's like you get embers to customize the safe room, and you get embers to contribute towards game progression. Yippee! Then you can use those embers that you got from, burning a couple of items. And, you could spend, let's say, like, I don't know, 50 of them or something, I don't know, to, place down a drawer that you found, this one, for example. And the in-universe explanation is that you're using the embers that you've collected to call upon the manor to sort of, paranormally and kind of like, I don't know, just like place the item down, I guess. I'm not sure how it would work. Like maybe it could be like a spooky thing where, the room kind of goes dark for a second. Like nothing too fast, right? Nothing to like cause like eye strain or anything like that, but like maybe like it gradually gets dark, and then you hear like placement noises, and then screen fades back, and look at that! Whoa! Now your drawer has been placed by the manor itself. You called upon the manor, and it placed the furniture for you. Yippee! Return the form of the ashes from the flame. Yeah. Yeah, so I think that'd be kind of fun. And it opens up a lot of fun, unique location. Like, I don't know, it'd be also kind of a reward for exploring new locations. Maybe a swirl of ash? Yeah, something like that. But like, I like the idea that you could come across and find different things of furniture in the halls. Like, for example, the drawers, or like chairs, a grandfather clock, and just like, yeah, little end tables and whatnot. Fun little things. But then you can also, travel to the medical ward. You can get like shelves and, other types of furniture. Just location specific furniture. I think would be really fun idea to make the world really feel alive. It's like you could find, you could get the barrels from the wine cellar and stuff like that. Scope creep is real. Yeah, so it'd definitely be like one of the later things that I'd work on. For sure. I do have like large foundational notes taken down of like all the things I want to include. So like I have this canvas, and then I have this entire canvas, all with like concepts and how these items would work, how these systems would interact with one another. So that's something I'm trying to take into account first. Is I want to have a very solid idea of how I want the game to, or how I want the game to look, and how I want it to feel, and how I want it to play. So that way, when I do start game development, I'm not entirely lost on what to start on. Yeah. So I have a bunch of notes taken down for how the game will work, how to tie different mechanics into one another, and just to make them all work well. Yeah. Take care, Mr. Mushroom! And Zulia plushie. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much. I even have like dialogue box concept art for how talking to other candles is gonna look. I think I like the bottom one here, but it's still, it's still an early, yeah. I just like the idea of like having the candle here, a little foggy background behind them, and their name here. What type of game were you building anyway? It is a 2.5D survival horror roguelike. Yeah. 2D character sprites, 3D location. You'd be able to move around freely in a 3D space. Kind of like sort of like Paper Mario, I guess. That's kind of like the design approach I'm thinking of. So like the camera would be like mostly 2D, but it would follow you around in this 3D space. I still have to figure out how to make it work, but I'm sure there's ways. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You also add a sneak mechanic? Yeah! That's one of the main ideas, is that you can sacrifice a little bit of your health, like a little bit of health drain, to hide your flame. Which is like, it's not a very healthy thing for candles to do, but it's kind of like them holding their breath. They're hiding their flame at the cost of like slow health drain. But it hides your flame from entities and stuff. But you can burn items that you find yourself. The candles themselves are actually able to burn items that they collect for themselves, and each item would probably grant you like a special effect or something, but it also heal you. So it's like you're sacrificing an item so that you don't bring it back with you, but in turn you get health back. You get health back and a special little buff or something. Yeah. There's a bunch of old action RPGs that used to do exactly what you're talking about. I would love to see them. I do need to. I do want to play a few games to kind of get a. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Dun, dun. Mm. Yeah, I do want to get like a pretty big like repertoire of inspirations. Like, yeah, a couple of games that I'd like to find and play, because I don't know too many that work quite like this, but I'd love to find them. If I could just find like a 2.5D game where the environment is 3D, but it has like this mostly 2D look to it. It's like the player character would be able to walk around in a 3D space like this, like wee. Of course, like the locations will be a lot bigger, like this, for example, this background that we've been working on, the Grand Library. Game exclusively PC, or could be be on mobile. We'll have to see, but I know that modern phones are relatively powerful. So I could see it working probably. We'll have to see. I just have to figure out like what the style of the game is going to be, or like, hmm. I still have a few things to figure out, right? Like, I would like it to be like, say, like as you walk along, this path here, the camera almost feels like it's still 2D, but it's like following behind you as you. I don't know. I'm not sure how to explain it, but like. That also like begs the question, like, if I had locations that are like super 3D like this, initially the plan was to have like a mostly 2D environment like this. That way I would only need to like draw the characters facing right, facing left, and whatever. But if I really wanted to make the manor feel so much more, grand, I guess, because the manor itself canonically is huge. Like some places, like hallways and stuff, are way bigger than they should be. But I could try and I don't know. Oh, I guess it would be like mostly similar to Paper Mario, but like I'm thinking the character sprites would have like facing this way, and then turned around facing this way, turned around facing that way. I think. Because I don't know if I want to do like too many directions, because that'd be kind of complicated since I'm just one fella, But I think it'd be like something like this for character directions. So that way I can draw the character sprites kind of like this, almost like in a quarter angle or something like that. So that way you can still see most of the character design. Look at old games like Star Ocean 2. Star Ocean 2. Is that on Steam at all? No, okay. That's fine. I can push it up on Star Ocean 2. Oh, wait, it is on Steam. Wait, what? Oh. Hehe. Oh! Okay, okay. Yeah. Okay, yeah. I did want to like I just wanted to build up like a collection of games that I could like take inspiration of like mechanically. But it feels great to know that, something like this is possible. I've never heard of Star Ocean. This looks so cool. Wow. I like the perspective. I do really like the perspective of the camera, like when they're walking around in the locations. Something like that. I think just to have like, like a 2D camera kind of dropped down, but still close enough to the character where you feel like you're there with them. Yeah, that's kind of like the 2.5D. Okay, I'm gonna hold on. Ba, 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 ba. Yeah. I will take a note of this. Thank you very much. Mm-hmm. So I think if I did something like that, and then just like made the sprites sort of like Paper Mario, where they're like the forward-facing directions. Hi, Trix. Hmm. Yeah, that is all very interesting. I mean, yeah, like I don't have like a good visual memory at all. For those who haven't, or yeah, for those new here, I have aphantasia, so it's hard for me to imagine things, I guess, because I don't have like a visual memory. I can't see pictures or things in my head. So it's really comforting to see games that do exist that have what I have in mind there. I don't know. I'm explaining it poorly, but you know, it's nice to see that it's possible. That's what I mean. But I can't really picture things all that well at all. Yeah. Hi, adorable. Thank you for the hydrate. We're imagining some of the candles running from the manor rat. Yeah. I have I have the program in mind to create the animations and such already. I was thinking of using that Moho animation software. And essentially it's like it's a software for animating 2D characters and giving them rigs. And I just felt like what Moho offers would work really, really well. Dun, 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 dun. Here, actually, hold on. Here, just very quickly, very quickly. I'm going to put this on screen for everybody. Little video. Teamfight Tactics. I've seen friends play that one. Wow. Okay, just 1 second here. Let me just pause the music real quick. Da da da. Okay. So I have a video I'm gonna put up on stream here. Ta-da! So, coincidentally, Moho 14.4 has this update called SideQuest, which is for exporting your characters to game engines. Yippee! I don't own the software yet. I'm just kind of waiting for it to go on sale or something. I don't know. I'm not sure if that's ever gonna happen, but I'll play the quick video here, and you'll see like why I'm so interested in trying this out. Like, look at that! Whoa! Whoa! I feel like, I don't know, this just looks so handy. This scene right here is what impressed me the most and what I would love to do. Take the 2D art, like draw all my candles and entities and whatnot, and have them be affected by lighting like this. Like, could you imagine walking down the halls and you have like lighting like that? Like, wow. That looks so nice. Like, I wouldn't go as far as to do like ray tracing or anything like that, because that would kind of, you know, that'd probably tank a lot of performance. But like, just like some sort of like ambient lighting like this, mostly around the torch, you know, and like affecting the characters. I think that'd just be perfect. The environmental lighting, like, I don't know. Yeah, that's kind of like what I want to do here. Like, that just looks so cool. And just like silly stuff like that. And I figured that, you know, character rigs like this would probably be a bit more industry standard for making 2D art. Instead of ambience and all that, what your lord, yeah, just ambient atmospheric horror, I guess. Yeah, the thing that I think would work the best, you know, with using like puppet rigs like this, is that it would prevent me from having to like redraw character frames over and over and over and over and over again. I just feel like this would work the best for, you know, my characters and entities and whatnot. It's another skill that it's another skill that I have to get good at, you know, with character animations and whatnot. But it's something I'm willing to learn. Yeah, I just feel like character rigs like that are more. I'm guessing industry standard. I'm guessing, I don't know. Just, yeah, I feel like I'd be much more comfortable doing detailed character rigs. That way, if I'm missing an animation, I can just go back in the file and create that animation with you know, the limbs and the joints and stuff like that. You know, like puppeteering the character. I mean, that's what Don't Starve does, right? Don't Starve has character rigs and, you know, puppets and whatnot, like models and whatnot, all 2D. And I just feel like that would work so much better. And plus, I believe I've seen Moho Animation has this thing called skins built into the program. And what they allow you to do, right? Like, let's say you have your character here. You have a character here, and they're all like fully rigged and whatnot. There's a built-in skin feature for Moho, and what that would allow you to do is to, you know, like make a new like preset or whatever, and then you can swap out each like file. So for example, let's say the character by default has like, you know, like a top hat or something, right? what the skins feature would allow you to do basically is, you know, swap out that hat for another hat, and it would, you know, it would take the same, you know, rig that you did on this hat. I don't know, just like it'd be so much better for swapping stuff out. And also I just figured it would be the most optimal approach for characters and customization, because I really want to include 'cause one of my favorite things to do is to draw my candles in a bunch of different outfits. As you can see here, like I've drawn Matchstick in quite a few different outfits. And I realized that it would be so time consuming if I were to, you know, if I were to do the hand-drawn frame-by-frame approach, right? You'd have all these frames just for idle animation, and then, you know, walking, and then, you know, like just doing all this stuff, right? And, you know, the different directions and whatnot. I feel like if any developer is going to do this, it'd be probably more ideal for your game to have one protagonist. That way you only have to do this once. But in a game where I want to include multiple different characters, I feel like just being able to draw, like, for example, a placeholder character rig, draw like a placeholder character rig with some basic animations that I can then copy and then make adjustments to make unique, would work so much better. You know, just make a basic character rig that I can then copy and, you know, add unique characteristics to make each character feel unique. You know, it's something like that, you know? But I just feel like that'd be like the best approach for me. And with the skin feature of Moho, I would just be able to, you know, take, you know, for example, Matchstick's rig, and then just swap out all the pieces, you know, like the outfit, and, you know, the arms, you know, it'd all be like, you know, like a puppet animation, right? So like each limb would be drawn differently, so like upper arm, lower arm, hand, all that stuff. I could swap out those pieces for the components of, like, let's say this skin, you know? So I can like draw a new sleeve sprite and just have that applied onto the skin, onto the character. And of course, like I'll make adjustments to each skin, you know, just to make them work better and whatnot. But I just feel like that'd be so much better, because then most of the character movement is already there. I would just have to make like adjustments, or like, you know, physics adjustments to some of the new stuff added. And there we go. Ta-da! It's done. Yippee! And then will the playable characters be all the counters you made so far? Most of them, yeah. The idea is that at the start of the game, you'll probably have these three to start out with. I think these candles are the you know, the ragtag group of friends or whatever that, yeah, you start the story with. Yeah. Possibly there could be a prologue where you know, you play as Matchstick or Dustcatcher, and like you're both walking along, you know, exploring the manor, and then Matchstick falls through like a manor wound, you know, like a big thing rips open, and, you know, Matchstick falls through the floorboards and ends up on Chimney Urchin's floor. And then to finish off the prologue, you know, you and Chimney Urchin escape that floor and reunite with Dustcatcher. Why is Chimney Urchin named that? And why do they look like they're about to cause mischief? Take care, Shadow Song! So Chimney Urchin, he gets his namesake from the fact that he, well, he's very proficient at, like, climbing through chimney ducks and whatnot. He kind of uses them as like he kind of like burrows in them, sort of like he's very like proficient at climbing through them and navigating through them, kind of like crawl spaces. So he's like the most efficient at doing that. Yeah. And he does kind of look like the mischievous type. He hasn't had much social interaction. And he kind of just puts on this like cocky persona, I guess. You know, I'm not quite sure. Like, he does look very weaselly, but he doesn't really understand social cues quite yet. Because most of the candles that were on the floor that he was on, they've all perished before we had a chance to really get to know them. So he's kind of like a sole survivor for a prolonged time. So he's very weaselly, but he's well-meaning. He's overall well-meaning. He looks a little shifty and weaselly. Yeah. Yeah, each candle would have their own abilities and whatnot to kind of make them feel unique, gameplay-wise. That way, there's a whole bunch of candles to like fit different play styles and whatnot. Yeah. Would you say is the oldest candle here? Not lore-wise, but the first ones you made. Let's see. Let's take a look back. I'm pretty sure, because here's the very, very first initial like concept art page for candles as a species. This is when I was like trying to find the candle art style, I guess, for this world. So like starting from top left, going to the right, like that's kind of like the order of these candles. But a lot of them haven't resurfaced yet. Like, because a lot of these are just kind of concepts, whether they're going to be used or not. However, you notice here that Dustcatcher and Matchstick appear on this page, and these two were actually probably the oldest candles that have, escaped the concept art page. These are the first two candles that I actually, incorporated into the project, I guess. Along with Kursai here, who has appeared on this page here. He hasn't been fully realized quite yet. Just kind of updated his appearance here. There's a couple other candles. Yarn Spinner could get a redesign, possibly, as a candle that you find in the attic. So like general idea, like maybe like the craftwork buttons and patchwork cloak here, and a big old yarn spool on their back. Kind of fun to play around with. They'll probably get a redesign because this is kind of like the old way I used to draw candle hair. It doesn't make as much sense as some of the others. Now that I've like kind of figured out how I want the candle's hair to work. So they'll probably get a redesign, possibly, if I have the time. But yeah, a lot of the candles here don't really make an appearance. Because they haven't been redesigned yet. Sawbone is another candle who originated from this old concept art. So yeah, there's Sawbone here. It's quite surprising to see like their old concept sketch to their new render. Like looking at it, I'm just like, wow. Wow. I'm especially proud of how the candles have evolved in terms of their art. Because it just feels, I don't know, to me this feels just official for some reason. Like, I look at this art and I feel like, wow, this feels like official artwork. I don't know. I don't know, I'm just really excited, really happy about it. Yeah, that's kind of how the candle started here. Complete, yeah. Then we have Grand Librarian and Thief Candle here. These two are candles that have been much more developed, and you know they did escape concept art phase. Wow, yippee! We have that, and then we have Grand Librarian, who underwent quite an update to design, but yeah, overall still the same concept. The only thing that didn't carry over was like the little circular reflective necklace thing or whatever. Like it was like a monocle on a necklace or something. I don't. Yeah. Yeah. And if you are curious about who the oldest candle in lore is, the oldest candle in lore would probably be tied between Eerie Shard and Mireclaw Candle. The Mireclaw Candle's whole thing is that she's from a couple of generations of candles ago. You know, she's kind of like a living relic, who survived this long, but she kind of kept to herself, and inhabited the old makeshift village in the halls that she lived in, but she's like the only survivor left, so she's kind of living there by herself. Oh, another candle question: why is Dustcatcher's hair that big, and how did they get their namesake? So Dustcatcher, I think that was, I don't know. Her hair was always kind of that long when she worked at the library, the Grand Library. She took on this appearance. Essentially, her story is that she woke up, like when she first like came to be. She awoke near the Grand Library, and you know the staff there kind of just took her in as one of their own. However, she discovers something. She discovers something. She finds. One day she was working late night at the Grand Library, stocking, like, I don't know, just putting books away in the bookshelves and whatnot. And mysteriously, one of the books like comes flying out and falls on the floor. She picks it up, and a mysterious thing falls from one of the books. And she picks it up and kind of glares into it, and just by instinct, she didn't know she didn't know that candles could do this because they didn't really teach her much, right? She always kind of felt like, though the staff at the Grand Library were nice to her and whatnot, she never really felt like she belonged, you know? Like this wasn't her destiny, I guess. I don't know, something like that, you know? Like, she just didn't really feel at home, really? Like, she felt welcomed, but she didn't really feel like this was meant for her. But, so she glares into this thing that she finds that had fallen out of a book, and she discovers that candles can burn stuff, you know, like not with the flame, well, kind of with the flame, but you know, like, you know, holding an item in their hands like this, right? And having the item, you know, burn paranormally. So she, you know, she discovers that, and she burns this peculiar item that drops out of between the pages of a book, and it may or may not have called upon the manor to kind of grant sort of a wish, kind of, sort of, not really. But essentially, within this item that she was glaring into, she could kind of see into her like kind of deep desires to be, you know, free, right? And so kind of a result of that was her hair kind of taking on like a different property, I guess. But all of a sudden, you know, she was able to feel lighter, I guess. You know, she burned this thing from the book, and all of a sudden she felt like there was a weight taken off her shoulder, both like literally and, you know, figuratively. She felt like she could finally like lay back and relax, and then she felt herself like lift up, and she was like, whoa, huh, that's kind of cool. And it was that same night that she decided to take her leave without telling anybody. So quietly she slipped away in the night, away from the Grand Library, and became the traceless vagabond of the halls, I guess. Yeah, a chill gal. And probably like quite some time after that, she runs into Matchstick, and the two become close friends and traveling companions. Yeah. And then, you know, the two of them survive some, you know, some ordeals and some encounters with Wickless, and for a good while there, Matchstick and Dustcatcher were thinking that they could be the only Kendalls left because of like how many Wickless they've encountered. You do kind of get concerned, like, are we the only ones left? But then, you know, that little story segment with, you know, the manor wound and Matchstick falling through, and then them meeting Chimney Urchin, where they realize, okay, there are more of us. We just have to find them. And yeah. And then soon after that, they discover the safe room, and I don't know, they feel safer here compared to the other rooms, and it's thanks to the weird influence of the chandelier here. Or yeah, it's like I don't know, it feels like the manor is looking out for them there. Hello to Potato Skins. Hello. Hello. But yeah, that's currently where we are right now. What is 52? Oh yeah, but here, I think, is this the animated one? Or yeah, I think this is the animated one. Yeah, so he's just he's just poking at the chandelier. He's just curious. He's trying to reach it, like, eh. Very slight animation. There's not much to it. He's just kind of poking at it. You see, like, this is like the actual like broom end of the soot brush. This is the actual brush part, and he kind of flipped it around. He flipped his soot brush around, and he's just poking the chandelier with the handle. Kind of like, eh. And then Matchstick and Dustcatcher here are just chilling. Yeah, he just wants to make sure that it's not like a living creature or something. He's very, yeah, creature mindset. think I'll probably take a quick little break here. I'm just gonna get up and move around a little bit, I think. Maybe grab some tea, grab a snack or something. Oh wait, but actually, I guess before I do that, I guess I'll share another thing about the game here. I already have the control scheme kind of planned out for keyboard and mouse. Kind of. Some things will probably shift around, but this is like a rough idea. I feel like this will help me really move things along. I think making like a fictional control layout for a game, surprisingly, I feel like that might help a lot, because I already have like some of the like mechanics planned. Yeah. Like shift is obviously like the sprint button. Tab would be like to open up your inventory and menus. Escape would be pause, and you can find settings there. Q would be this like quick burn option, so that way like if you're collecting items and whatnot and you want to burn something, you could like quickly open up this menu here and then like pick things to burn from here. Yeah. 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 And then I have a bunch of this stuff concepted for movement. Like, yeah. One of the main omissions that I've made for like the gameplay is that I've opted not to have like a crouch button at the moment. I feel like a lot of horror games like require you to like crouch down and move very slowly to avoid creatures, which it's all right, it works, but like I feel like it's just very slow and it kind of drags the gameplay a little bit. I wanted to make it more interesting by making it so the main way you hide is by hiding your flame with that health drain. But how it works, right, is like it allows you to utilize the darkness of the manor, and that way you could still be like, let's say you're hiding your flame here, right? But it would allow you to like still slowly, like you could still like walk at a just very slight speed decrease, but you'd be walking pretty much as normal, since I kind of want it to be where the walking would be relatively silent. Walking will always be relatively silent. It's just that when you're sprinting that you make more notable noise and draw attention. But like I like the idea that utilizing that 2.5D space that I mentioned, right, for all the hallways and rooms and stuff. I like the idea of let's say you're hiding your flame. You're hiding your flame, you have like a slow health drain happening, and you're in the dark. So just imagine like a very spooky, like maybe the camera could even zoom in when you're holding your breath or something. Or, well, not holding breath, but like hiding your flame. Like the camera could like zoom in a little closer, and since the candles, they do have like light in their eyes, it wouldn't like obscure your vision all that much, right? Like you'd still be able to see things clearly in the dark. It's just that the entities will have a harder time finding you. But like just imagine this thing like walking along in the darkness, and like it like just barely passes you as you like slowly walk around it. That way it kind of removes the need for the traditional like hiding in furniture or hiding behind something and waiting for something to pass. You can make it a little more interactive that way. You mentioned what food does, right? Yeah. And yeah, like each item I do want to give like a unique effect to. So like, for example, this is kind of like an example using the broken pocket watch. Let's say you hover over it in the menu or something, and you see a broken pocket watch heals 20 HP, slows down the buildup of any status effects by 30% when burned. And items, they don't activate instantly, so it's not like a consumable where like you just eat it and it's like in full effect. Items need to burn for their full duration before they become active. But once they do, the way I want it to work is for the remainder of the rest of the run, this item would be like in permanent effect. So this would be permanent until the end of the run, where it like kind of resets. So that way players could be given that, player choice, right? Like, do you want to hold on to this item and bring it back to the safe room to burn it for, like progression stuff? Or do you want to use this item now because of its strong effect to help you last longer? I don't know, player choice is what I want to try and focus on. That way, like, I don't know, there's just layers to it. There'd be layers to it, right? So, let's say you come across an item, and it's like, whoa, this has a really cool effect. But wait, do I bring it back? Or do I burn it later? Or do I burn it now? Like, if I burn it now, then I'd be losing out on the HP. So do I wait until I get hurt first? And then burn it later for that health back? It's just so many different layers of player choice I'd love to incorporate. Yeah. Thank you. I'm just a silly Kendall fella. Welcome, welcome. The creature. Oh. Yeah, that's... Yeah. Got a whole bunch of notes taken down for how I want the game to work. Foundation is coming together. Alright, so I will probably take a quick little break here just to move around and, stretch and resupply and all that stuff. Got no idea who this person is, but I'm gonna love it. I'm honored. What the heck? Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I'll take a quick little break. Make sure you all take care of yourselves as well. I'll probably be back. It could be like 10-15 minutes. I'm not sure how long it'll be. Just want to make sure that I take proper care of myself. So I'll take a quick little break here. I'll be back soon. But so far, I think we got a pretty good sketch of the Grand Library here. I actually quite like this. Yippee! I'm glad we did, yeah, I'm glad we did a second draft. Because, like, this was the initial one, but this was just kind of like a rehashing of the old background. I just thought, like, it might be fun to reach. Whoa, boom. Trying to ask for a pronoun. Oh, no worries. No worries. I just go by he, him. I am just Candle. Just Candle fella. Yeah. Thank you, though. I appreciate that. Very respectful. Candle lad, yeah. Okay, I think... Yeah, there we go. Alright, I'll save this, and I will be right back. Take care, everybody. And I will start a boss fight while I'm away, just for something for everyone to do. But make sure you take care of yourselves. Alright, IBRB. Yeah! Right, I'll see you all in a little bit. Hello. Wow. Hello. Hello, hello. Whoa, no way. Just barely. Just barely. The little necromancer minion dealt just a small bit of chip damage. Just enough. Whoa. Congratulations. Yeah, the chef is pretty difficult too, sometimes. Yippee! I'm just enjoying my tea here and I'll get right back to drawing. Hello! N4N4V1. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Hello! Hello, hello. Also have a smoothie here that I made. Blueberry smoothie. Oh, me Nana. Gotcha. I'll do my best to remember Nana. Blah. As we're getting ready for work, I hope work goes well today. I hope it treats you well today, Shy Fox. Blah. Okay. Back to line art. Well, because your art is really cool. Hi, thank you. I'm very honored. Wow. What about your character? Oh, so, yeah, so, my VTuber actually isn't canon to the overall world that I'm building here. This is just a, Sona for I guess, visual purposes. But essentially, I'm working on a project, a big, I don't know, I'm working on a universe. Oh, what am I trying to say here? Essentially, I'm working on a project called, well, it goes by the same name as my username here. Working on a project called Heroic. So I am not canon whatsoever, and I have no importance to the overall story whatsoever. It's a world about all these candles, a whole bunch of candles, doing their best to find a home for themselves within the halls of the manor. Yeah. Is it a comic or a game? I want to turn it into a game. That is the plan. Yeah. But for now, I'm just doing like the establishing work first. Just establishing locations and characters and the entities, all the creatures, all that stuff. And then right now I'm working on a website, a little lore website to hold the information in about all these characters. So that way we have like a little documentation of this world. Yeah, it takes place in this eldritch pocket dimension known as the Manor. And the manor itself is like a sentient eldritch Victorian manor. Its layout is always shifting. Hi, Gloomy! Hi, Grail. I have to ask, as an artist, have you ever smelled any of the paints or markers? I think I have before, yeah. It's been a while since I've used markers or anything like that. I was always really just kind of fond of just pencil sketches and stuff like that. It wasn't until digital art where I actually picked up, you know, painting and coloring and all that fun stuff. You know this! Thank you so much! With gifted of the ancient pie, what the heck? Ah! Wow. What game engine are you going to make the game though? Before you choose one, that is. I think I've decided on the Godot engine. It looks like the Godot engine is becoming really promising, I think. And I'll have to see if it can handle, you know, this 2.5D world that I'm hoping to use it for. We'll have to see. Emotes! Yippee! Make me want to doodle myself as one of the little guys. Ah, you're more than welcome too. I love seeing I love seeing people's candle sonas. Oh, he's so cute. Yeah, you're more than welcome to. Would you also turn Gloomy into a food item? Gloomy. Gloomy food item. What? Elsil24, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Thank you, thank you. What the heck? I really appreciate it, thank you. Manor is awake. Ah. Oh yeah, please don't worry yourselves about the hype train, no worries. All of you being here means more than you could ever know. I really appreciate it. I want to make sure that everyone's taking care of themselves first and foremost. Wow. No, you guys don't gotta get me anything. Ah. Ah. X, thank you so much for the follow. I suppose we could add a few books that are left over. A few books that have survived the collapse. Are you by chance Canadian? Yes! Yeah! I am Canadian. Hello. I feel like out of all the candles, I'm most interested in bar school. Bar school! Yeah! I think I intend for bar school to be found within the wine cellar of the manor. So I think that's where the candles will encounter him. Beat him dance. Wow. Is there a character who has no suffering or trauma to your lore? Just one happy character or characters? Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, Dustcatcher probably would be the closest. Yeah, I think Dustcatcher would be a candidate for that, possibly. Because despite like the spooky encounters and stuff. What the heck? What the heck? Buffy sheep, what the heck? Thank you. What the heck? Thank you. I didn't know what to put on my throne because I could never ask for anything more than being able to spend time with you all. But yeah, not much there. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's a brand of shirts that I found really comfortable actually. Snack drinks, sour candies, be punished by chat. Stuff to improve your stream or area. I suppose I could take a look at a few things. I don't know. Yeah. Oh, Chimney Urchin's origins. Yeah, so the floor that he was on, was inhabited by candles as well, but there was also, a terrible threat down there. And he ended up being the last living candle of his floor. He was mostly in hiding in the chimneys, hence his namesake. Yeah, he didn't really get to interact with the other candles because he was too afraid of, yeah, too afraid of the creature that lurked. However, he kind of decided to start anew when he encounters Matchstick, because Matchstick falls from, you know, like a mana wound, which is like basically like a collapse into floorboards, pretty much. Manor bloody, yeah, little like almost like a pitfall or something. And yeah, so when he comes across Matchstick, he decides that he's going to do his best to kind of rectify his cowardice, I guess. And so he like puts his efforts towards helping another when before he was too weaselly to lend a hand. Yeah, Matchstick is the first friend that just, or not that chimney urchins ever made. Yippee! Welcome back, Lucid Chaos. Yeah, I suppose the Wickless are pretty tragic. They were once candles, but their candle wick burnt up, and their flame had nowhere else to burn but from the inside out. Ah. Yeah, actually, I think that might be the case, Cryo. I think Irishard, just from being around for so long, probably has quite a bit of the trauma that she's just become sadly really good at hiding. It has definitely numbed her to the prospect of ever getting close to any other candles. Wait for more candles to be pulled out of the sketchbook and re-rendered. Yippee! Yeah! Yeah, since the website doesn't have all the candles quite yet, I'm just trying to get the website into like a launch state, you know? But I have future-proofed the site, so that way I can add more candles. That's why I've been, like, I guess taking my time with the website, because I wanted to make sure that, you know, the layout made sense for, you know, future editions and whatnot. That's why, instead of the, hold on, wait, I'll just pull it up. I have it somewhere here. The candle select page somewhere. There it is. So, here's the initial, here was the initial page concept for the candle select page. And it featured these little dots. These were like, you know, left arrow, right arrow, and it was a little like pagination widget, as they're called. But I found, like, wait a second, this might not be like too future proof. So, like, if I add more candles, this is just gonna get more and more chaotic because there'd be like so many pages. So instead, I opted for a scroll bar. So, like, it looks more like this. If I try to raise that up and then get rid of the dots there. Got myself a little scroll bar thing. Like that. Yeah. Just to make it a little easier. That should look cute. Yeah! Creature. Actually, I could just, one way, yeah, I can just show. Yeah, I'll quickly run through the site for everybody. For those curious to see what the website looks like right now. Still work in progress, so, like, yeah. But, hold on. Where am I? Ta-da! You have the home page here. That's what that animated background is for. Here's the home page. Da-da-da-da. We have a couple of different buttons here. This eyeball button hides the sidebar. This is just a hide sidebar button. Yippee! We have an about panel, which is just a panel that starts below the page, and it transforms Y when button's pressed. Yada yada yada. Okay, so this, like, boggy, like, box here, I pretty much use this for every text-based thing on the site. Once I put the container together on the candle lore pages, I just started reusing this thing everywhere, but I figured it just works. It was just it just worked brilliantly, so I just used it everywhere. And if anyone's wondering why clicking the about button brings up, you know, the panel and closes the sidebar, that is for mobile. That is a mobile consideration. So that way the panel doesn't overlap with mobile devices. So yeah, you click the about panel or like any of the panels, it lifts this panel up, hides the sidebar, and then when you close out of it, then it brings the sidebar back. Yeah. 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 Yippee! Then we have the links panel, with a little header image, same as the about page. Yeah. But the main meat of the website so far is like the lore page. This is like kind of like the big old index of big old index of lore. So we have the candle selection page, and as I mentioned here, so before there was the two dots on either side. It was a pagination widget before, but instead I've opted for a scroll bar, so you can scroll up and down on your mouse, and you know do that. Very yeah, very straightforward. Very yeah, yippee. And I've got a little gradient effect here. If you see, if you look to the left and right of the scroll bar, I have a little gradient effect. Yeah. Got that from CSS Overflow or Stack Overflow, I think it was. Little web mask trick. Yippee yippee yippee. That's really fun. Yeah, and then this is what one of the candles pages looks like. And then on the sidebar here, we have like little shortcuts to other candles pages. Yeah. Yeah. Yippee! And then here you can read about all of the candles lore and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. And their relations, and all their different outfits and stuff. Yippee! Survival S game? Yeah, like survival horror roguelike. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yippee! I'll tell you, once the website is up, it's gonna be the only thing I'll open for the whole week. Ah. I did do a lot of writing, so it's probably gonna, yeah, it might take a little bit to read through. I apologize for. What platform are you publishing to? Steam? Probably, yeah. Not this. Like this I'm showing right now. This is just the website. I'll be publishing this website on NeoCities, but the game will probably go on Steam and itch.io and other platforms. I don't know. We'll see when I get there. Yeah. Yippee. Yeah, I think the character with the longest lore entry right now is Thief Candle. If I just like keep scrolling down, you'll see. Holy moly. The reason why his story ended up being so long is because Thief Candle was one of the candles that I knew the least about as, you know, the creator. And so I just took some time to brainstorm and really like flesh out a story for him. He has a very, very long story. Compared to like Matchsticks, for example. Which is just a short little, like, short story. Just a couple paragraphs of how she came to be. Sawbone... Her story is relatively long too, but not as long as Thief Candle. Chimney Urchin... I think his is... yeah, of moderate length. Dustcatcher... like a fairly condensed one. Yeah, it's nothing too crazy. And Grand Librarian, I haven't finished yet. I think... yeah, that was like the last bit I wrote, but it's not finished yet. Yeah. I feel like Matchstick is the default character like Wilson. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know why... I don't know why Matchstick specifically I was, like, drawn to make, like, the beginner character. I wonder if it's just like she just has that vibe to her. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's like it could be like her personality as well. That like worried and curious kind of character. I don't know why. It's just when I was going through my initial concept page and like I decided to bring a couple of candles from the concept era over into the actual rendering era. Blah. I don't know what it was about her that I kept adding to. Yippee! Yeah, every candle will have like kind of an equal role in the game. Like there's no like one set protagonist. It's like a story that's seen through the eyes of all the candles. Yeah. Yeah, that is pretty much the main meat and potatoes of the site so far. Yippee! Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. In the virtual game, will each candle have their own abilities? Yes. Yeah, that is something that I intend to add for sure. Yeah, I think I have a couple of the candles' abilities written down already. With how the characters interact? I think so. I think that'd just be fun. I think it'd be fun to have character interactions like that. But I do for sure want to add that. Have a little dialogue between the characters. Depending on the players playing. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Right. Handles, here we go. Yeah, so for the idea behind Matchstick is that she'd be able to use matchsticks to cauterize wounds, to like heal herself. So it'd be like, I don't know, the way I want to design Matchstick is to be like a very entry-level beginner character that still has, or I don't know, just be very consistent across all the game, I think. So Matchstick would be able to like utilize a self-heal a couple times each floor. So that means like you wouldn't have to like use an item. You wouldn't have to burn an item to heal yourself. You'd have like a cheap but weaker option available to you every now and then. And then I believe her passive would be that she would have a self-revive. Yeah, once per run. Once per run, she'd have like a self-revive, revive herself to 1 HP. Dust Urchin? Oh, like Dust Catcher and Chimney Urchin? Dust Catcher and Chimney Urchin. Wow. Feature. Of HP, make it sanity. True. I'll have to see if like I can incorporate a sanity mechanic, because that would be really cool. Have like, the more that the candle's flame burns up, the less sanity you have. I don't know. Was delightful character design. Aw, thank you. Yeah, she was very fun to bring to life. Creature. I designed her to be that very like that chill, laid back friend who knows when to be serious. You know, she's very caring, uh, but in kind of like a carefree way. Um, yeah, she knows when to take things seriously. Like she still has, you know, I don't know, yeah. hmm Hair orb, yeah. Yeah, and Dustcatcher's ability would be oh, Barskull. Yes, I can show Barskull. There he is. Yeah, Barskull. Barskull. We found down in the wine cellar. If you think of she's kind of slow because of her massive hair. An idea I had, but I'm not sure. Like, I'm not sure how, or like, I'm not sure if it will be a thing. But I would kind of like to add elevation to the game. So like, imagine you're walking down a hallway, and you see this like weird, like here, if like the camera's like mostly 2D. Like imagine you're walking along the halls and like you come across a stairwell or something. Like I think that could be pretty fun. And the idea is that like maybe Dustcatcher would have like a have a harder time climbing elevation like that, since she'd have to like lug her hair up. Maybe she'd be slower on, yeah, an elevated terrain like that. What if Catcher has a slow react time because we're here, like being chased by monsters and getting extra damage? Because, I mean, it's possible that like, as like a slight downside, Dustcatcher could have like, because the idea behind her character is that she would be also Violent Beauty. Thank you so much for the follow. Um, the idea behind Dustcatcher is that her unique ability allows her to collect dust as she walks around, or as she moves around on her hair. And once you've accumulated enough dust, you'd be able to like throw that dust out as like a small cloud of dust to kind of briefly stun entities and slow them down just a little bit. So she's kind of like a slightly more like offensive beginner character, I guess. But possibly, you could make it so like she's slower to turn. But, like if you turn mid running, it could be a little slower. Yeah, Nagi, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. I could make it that like Dustcatcher might be just a little slower to like turn around maybe, because you know it's like their entire hair that has to do the movement. But like I don't know if I want, I don't know, I don't think I want to affect her base speeds all that much. If I've learned anything from a lot of games is that moving slower doesn't always, I don't know, moving slower just kind of feels not fun to me personally. But I feel like adding like a slight little, you know, slow down to like, you know, sprinting and turning around could be an interesting compromise. Frogs are adorable, thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that could be an idea. Wow, Kay, what the heck? Thank you. Thank you so much for the raid, Kay. Hi. Hope you and everyone are doing well. Hi, hi. Kay is wonderful. I highly recommend everyone check him out. He is cool exorcist. Hello. You taking a break from the website? Oh yeah, just a small little doodle break. We were working on it today though. We're working on the location polaroids. We did the attic last time. This is like the locational preview image thumbnail thing for the attic. And then we're working on one for the grand library. Dun da da da. Yeah, it's been fun. I hope stream went well, Kay. Yippee. I'm cool because all my friends like you are cool. But you're cool as well, Kay. It's always a joy to hang out. Rah, 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 rah. It was fun to play a bunch of demos. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, I really want to do that again. Like in my earliest years, when I was still figuring out what I was doing, I played a couple of like itch.io games and demos and stuff like that. It was so fun. Hope it went well. Your thumbnails on black backgrounds are so immaculate. Thank you. What the heck? I wanted to like include drawings of the background somehow. They were gonna be like initially like splash art backgrounds, kind of, you know, like partial backgrounds, you know, carved out of like splash art or whatever, you know, like woo. But I figured the Polaroid, the thumbnail Polaroid style just kind of fit a little better, and they can kind of be like in-universe sketches of the locations. I don't know, I was kind of puzzled on how to do the locations for a while until I covered this style, and yeah, this works for me. Ba, 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 ba. Here, I can show everyone really quickly. I can show everyone what the location pages look like so far. They're pretty bare bones, but I don't know. I think they work for now. Ta-da! So this is the page we made for the common halls. And on the right side here is just all the doors. Yippee! That way you can like quick switch to other pages. But yeah, essentially very, very simple compared to the entities and candles lore pages, but still some sort of way to, you know, I don't know, I wanted to include images of the backgrounds somehow, you know, of all the locations. So I feel like this was the clean way to do it. And on mobile, I made it so that the common halls, like the image here, for example, appears on top, and the lore and stuff appears below that. And I swap out the vertical sidebar here for a horizontal sidebar thing on the bottom. Yeah, like the door's gone inside. Thank you. I should probably extend the like the black fog background, but I didn't want it to mess too much with the other aspect ratios. So I still have some like tweaking to do, but for now it works. I gotta expand the width of the container itself though, because I noticed there's a bit of like clipping with the the door here, like the Grand Library. I just noticed that. I gotta expand the width of the container a little bit, but besides that, yeah. Yippee! But yeah, this is how I'm organizing the text for the pages. At the top here, we have, you know, the name of the place, we have the rarity, we have, you know, the danger level, just fun writing stuff like that. Then I have the categories of description, entities, and notes. So yeah, that way I can have like a brief little description of the floor with like a little quote at the top here. Then for the entities section, it kind of just details what entities you can expect to see here. So for example, the common halls. Yeah, the common halls are home to just about every entity, barring those that only appear under certain circumstances. Any entity is just as likely to appear here as you are. Yeah. Also, okay, by all means, if you or any of the raiders at any point need to head out to do after stream stuff, don't let me keep you. Just want to make sure everyone's taking care of themselves. Yeah. Yeah, I got the common halls and I've got the attic written. But I have their entries all done. And it's so fun to switch between the pages. Yippee! It's so cool. I'm loving this so far. I'm loving this. So yeah. I just gotta draw one for the Grand Library, the Medical Ward, Greenhouse, Dining Hall. Yeah, so we have a bit more, yeah, a bit more Polaroids to do, but these are the 2 pages we have so far. Description of the attic. This isn't the top. Yeah. And for entities, the attic is a place that doesn't see much light, which means entities that are more prone to lurking in the dark will likely appear here more often, but are not guaranteed. The high density of dust and cobwebs would suggest this floor has been with the manor for a long time. Many trinkets and old furniture from across the manor have been stowed away in the dusty depths of the attic storage. Who or what has been gathering them is unknown. We have an open door version if you like hover over too? Maybe. Maybe. I don't know if there'll be a thing right off the bat. Actually, I could do that as like, I could replace the hover animation with, you know, replacing it with another door sprite. So that could be like a future edition. For now, this is just like placeholder stuff. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I very much just copied what I already did for the, yippee! Yippee the doors! Yeah, I just copied what I did for the candles page, you know, like, I just took this page, copied it, and just replaced it with doors, and yeah, so it's... But yeah, I'd like to add some more flair to the pages to make them a little more unique at some point, possibly. I don't know. Yeah. That's what we got so far. I think an ad break is just about to happen, so I probably will also take a quick little break just to get up and move around. Ah. Probably say hi to Candle Mother as well, so I'll BRB real quick. So the ads can do their thing. Rah! And nobody misses anything. There you go. Okay. Make sure you take care of yourselves. Oh. There we go. Ah. I've said hello to Candle Mother. I grabbed some more tea. I'm ready. Ah. Bismuth Boo, thank you so much. Welcome, welcome. Hello. Hi. Hello, thank you. What? And the question? Oh? Hi, Kosoda. I don't know if I'll... Yeah, I don't know if I'll make it in time for art fight this year. A little too preoccupied with with this large personal project here. I don't think I've done art fights since 2023, 4? 2023, 2024? Oh, I don't remember. It's been a few years. For sure. Kind of question, what's Throne Lord's deal? Oh, Throne Lord. So he sees himself as like a king among the candles. He's the the self-proclaimed Throne Lord. He's filled with a bunch of rage, towards the manor mostly, but he does sometimes take it out on other candles. But essentially, he discovered the trace of the manor's favor, or he discovered a trace of the manor's favor, and he saw that as the manor itself granting him, his newfound power. So he believed himself to be chosen. So yeah, he thought that meant that he was, I don't know, like a prophet or something chosen by the manor itself. And so, he he proclaimed himself as the throne lord, and he has his own little, I don't know, he has his own little throne room and stuff like that. But I don't know, it's I still have to like really write his story, but yeah. His rage kind of led to madness, and that madness gave way to like a very wrathful transformation. A false king? Yeah, pretty much. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's capable of kind of the same stuff that Dustcatcher is, sort of. Like being able to, lift himself up on his hair. And then here's like a very old concept outfit for him. How he used to look or something, I don't know. Or like melting away and becoming more like creature-esque. Angry creature, angry little creature matchstick. I actually have some other concept art of Throne Lord, if I can just find it here. Gonna be a boss battle or a really hard fight? I'm not quite sure yet. Could be like a difficult entity encounter that you might get something out of surviving or something. Yeah, here's the concept for a Throne Lord. He sort of looks like an unassuming figure, kind of like sat upon this very spiky, menacing throne. Like, his wax is like melting everywhere. Been there for a long, long, long time. And then, when provoked, this is, his true form, I guess, kind of. You can see, like, it's hard to kind of see with all the lines, but he's pretty much like dangling here, lifted like very, very high off of the ground. Yeah. And he has another monstrous form or something. Like teeth. Basically becoming like a sentient, spooky candle thing. And this is just a silly little doodle, but yeah, kind of. Yeah. Very creature. He's a candle that might go, like, undergo like a very slight redesign. Very, very slight. So I do love his color scheme right now as it is, so I'll probably keep it the same. We'll see what happens when I redraw him. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Da, da. I think I wanted him to be playable as well. I can think of like a few fun like ideas possibly. I just have to brainstorm a little harder. But I do like the idea of him being able to switch between, two forms, right? His more monstrous form and his candle form. So to see how that turns out. I kind of want to like, if I were to make like a boss, a playable character, I do kind of want to try and make them almost just as strong as they were when you encounter them. So it's like less of that meme where it's like, oh, when you get a boss character as a party member and they're like very, very weak compared to their boss fight. Hey, Luna Horse, hello. But yeah, I don't know, maybe after the candles encounter with him and maybe once he's, quote unquote defeated or, uh, he sort of realizes that he truly was not ever meant to be king, but he doesn't admit to that. Redeemed, yeah, like sort of like he still has all that rage built up, but instead he vows to take it out on the manor and the other creatures that dwell within it. But like, yeah, like this bubble here kind of sums it up. He'd be very arrogant towards the other candles, but he would no longer put up arms against them. I know what I'm without, and I will not be denied. I may be amidst you, but I do not serve you. Ta-da. I think I made this sketch fairly recently, this one here. Do another sketch of Claw. She's a fun one to doodle. Oh. Will there be NPCs to interact with to get the lore in game? You'd possibly be able to come across like scraps and stuff like that, and maybe some like dialogue between the candles, because I do like the idea that you're able to like talk to each other, you know, depending on the candle you're playing, you're able to chat with different candles, and maybe bit by bit you learn a little more about the world. Yeah. What do you think has the top 3 saddest lore? Oh. I think Claw, having, you know, lost her entire community of candles, and, you know, being from a couple of generations of candles ago, you know, she's a living relic of the past, and yeah, she's grasping with the overwhelming amount of new candles entering her life, and she has a hard time relating to any of the new candles. She's been through a lot, and yeah, she's survived for so long as a candle that, you know, a lot of her memories have burnt away. Like, a lot of memories are gone. So she can't even remember the faces of the people she once shared a home with. And this black cloak that she wears, this like faded black cloak, belongs to a candle who kept them all safe. But that candle ended up, you know, perishing some way, somehow. And yeah, she kind of reminisces about them, but it doesn't quite remember who they were, which is kind of tragic. Like she knows how important they were to them. It's so, I don't know. It's hard to describe, but yeah, this little doodle kind of sums it. You know, I'm sorry. I know you were important. You kept us safe, and now I can't even remember your face. And also she's missing an arm. Though she doesn't remember if she lost it during the time she had the others, or if she lost it fairly recently. She's pretty, like, just kind of stuck in her own ways, reminiscing about the past. There's nothing but ghosts to keep her company now. And then, probably Groundskeeper Candle. I know he's like not fully finished yet, though he's getting close. I just gotta like color him and render him out a bit. But Groundskeeper and Blood Rose, these two make me sad. Because these two were kind of sweet on each other. But like that was back when Blood Rose was alive. So yeah, these two were, you know, tending to gardens and, you know, the courtyards together. And Groundskeeper looked a lot happier then. But one fateful night in the gardens, Blood Rose dies. Blood Rose died in the gardens through, well, something happened to her. And then this bed of roses kind of attuned to her, you know, her, yeah, to her corpse. And, yep. Blood Rose is now very much just a husk being moved around by these like parasitic roses. Yeah. It's now Groundskeeper finds himself like kind of having a hard time, you know, holding on. But he doesn't want to let go, and he doesn't want to, you know, just leave them behind. So he's kind of like hanging around in the gardens and the courtyards, just like watching on from a distance, you know, just to see if there's any remnant of Blood Rose left. Jack Sparrow and Groundskeeper. Wow. Yeah, so yeah. I think Groundskeeper could be playable, I think. He's a bit he's a bit taller than the other candles, which I think is pretty fun. Not by much though, not by much, but like if you were to like, yeah, he's fairly tall. Not as tall as Barskull though. Barskull. Boy fella. Hi turtle. Hello. And then another sad story. I'm not quite sure, honestly. 'Cause a lot of them have had like tragic upbringings. I can think of a few contenders, like Grand Librarian kind of being almost in the same boat as Mireclaw, having, you know, him having lost his entire community of, you know, colleagues and candles who once took refuge in the Grand Library after the collapse of the Grand Library, him being kind of the last one to carry on their research and their knowledge. So he's probably a contender. Though I don't know, through that tragic, you know, through that tragedy, he kind of felt himself embolstered with like newfound kind of purpose, I guess. Make sure that knowledge didn't go to waste. So he carried on a little bit more, like, valiantly. Sawbone is also kind of sad because, you know, she came across this candle who was suffering from like a sickness, but the candle looked very calm and, you know, very kind and patient. So Sawbone found this patient when she was out doing one of her like scavenging runs to, you know, collect samples and whatnot. That's why she has the bone saw. It's actually to carve out entity samples, like from like dead bodies and stuff like that, to bring back to the medical ward to examine. So she was out on one of her Def Not Fave, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Yeah, Sawbone was out on her like sample collecting expedition when she came across this patient who didn't want to like bother her, but you know, they just kind of asked if they knew anyone that could help, and so Sawbone, you know, took this patient back to the medical ward, got them like signed up and registered to, you know, use one of the rooms, you know, just kind of like a hospital room, you know, that kind of thing. It's just like kind of like an office slash, you know, little infirmary for them to check up on them and help them with recovery. Couple nights pass, and you know, Sawbone's doing her best to try and help this patient. So she's in her study one night, and then she hears like a kind of a struggle break out, and she hears like the sound of like something hitting the floor, and like the door being like slammed open. The door to the patient's room being slammed open, and she can hear running, and so Sawbone, you know, like quickly goes to open the door from her study and looks down the hall, right, and sees one of her, you know, medical ward colleagues running from the patient's room, trying not to cough up this like black bile. It's like this gross, inky black matter blood, like tethered stuff. Very, very sickly, very sickly. See them running past, and Sawbone hurries like into the entrance of the room, and kind of like stands in the door frame, right, kind of hesitant to walk in, and that's when like another member of the medical ward, like in a panic, shoves Sawbone into the room and locks the door behind her. So now Sawbone is locked in the room with the patient that she tried to, you know, help. And she sees that, you know, the patient is like kind of on like the last legs, pretty much, still like fighting this thing back, but you know, not succeeding. And then, you know, the patient in like a kind of like a dying breath sort of is talking to Sawbone, and they're trying to figure things out, and that's when the yeah, it was, yeah, sad day for Sawbone, because she had no choice but to like watch as this patient was, you know, failing to fight back this infection, and you know, they've, yeah. Essentially, stuff happens, and end of the yeah. Whoa. Had to sever her ties with the patient with, unfortunately, the only implement that she had. Yeah, the manor is a really like desolate place. Since the manor itself contains manor blood and all this stuff, um, sometimes that blood rots, and that rotted manor blood, the manor rot, can get into the systems of the manor-born entities, and that causes like a terrible sickness. Yeah. Let's see. Hmm. Yeah. Thankfully, candles can consume. They can consume things that humans usually can't, since it's their flame that gets the nutrients, I suppose. Hmm. The book. Seal. Oh. Oh, sorry. Did I misredeem? I'm sorry. It could be okay. Gotcha. Here, I'll put them on for at least 2 hours then. Hi, Hida. Hi, Hida. Hello. Aerobic. Yeah. If I had to be given animal ears, I think bunny ears are the most fitting. My favorite creature. On a seal? Seals are like second or third favorite. I do really like seals though. Seals are so cute. It's just that you can't pet them. You can't pet them. It's illegal to pet them. Pain and suffering. Yeah, they're protected under like the marine, some sort of marine act. You cannot pet seals no matter what. If you're say like if you're like if you're scuba diving and a seal, you know, swims up to you, you just have to let it like just do whatever. You know, if it like grabs your fin and whatnot and it's just like examining or whatever, you cannot pet them, and it hurts my soul to hear that. Because they are like they can be fairly friendly, but I guess it's just like it's to avoid them getting too used to humans or something like that. And also just to protect people from hostile seals, because some of them do bite, you know. But it hurts my soul to know that it's illegal to pet them. Those manatees you can't pet. I think seals are probably like in the same protection act, I guess. We do live in a society. Yeah, I'm sure they had their reasons to like enforce it. Uh, it's so sad. Asa, what the heck? They give it to you. Hi, Asa. Ah. It's so sad that Steve Jobs died in Big, but who the hell is Steve Jobs? I've seen that. Classic. Dun, dun, dun. How does fight work? Oh, I think you can like, yeah, exclamation point attack. There is a way to like exclamation point duel somebody and it like invites them to a duel and the other person has to like accept or decline. But like there's like a 1v1 option. There's a 1v1 option where if you type duel, it's entirely the outcome is entirely random. It's nothing you control. It's just like it's like an RNG 1v1. There's no controls or anything. It's kind of like an automated Pokemon battle kind of. You just yeah. Yeah, it's working. Yeah, it's entirely RNG. It's just a fun little thing. Whoa! Oh my god. No! Explode. Yeah, it's just another one of those commands that are there for fun, I think. I think I'm pretty happy with this. I'm pretty happy with this. Gonna play some more solid lines to kind of help clarify a few shapes, I think. But I'm pretty happy with this. Now that the Grand Library looks like it implies more of... I don't know, it just implies more room. Which I wanted to do, because, yeah. The thing with, this background, it didn't really convey that as much as I wanted it to. This one, however, right? It looks like there's there's a pretty large hallway, right? A bunch of bookshelves still. There's like a study desk here, a chair here, large ample room for walking around in. There's a crashed chandelier here. Thank you for that suggestion, by the way. That was a lovely suggestion. Thank you. I like that. And then there's like a big big open room here that we don't get to see much of, but we can see like there's like faint, you know, implied shapes of like bookshelves and stuff like that, and some stairs and whatnot. Just to make the Grand Library feel larger, more grand. Yeah. And there's like a room up here. But I think like, yeah, I think for the next few streams, we just I think the next few streams, I guess we'll just like one on one, like one by one, work on the polaroids. We do have kind of like a schedule set out for us, but I think for the most part, this one is it's about good to go. I think what I might do, I don't know, I think we might raid out soon, maybe. Hmm. I'm just trying to decide, like, do So I still want to give it a little bit more detail, like the other Polaroids. Oh yeah, and for those who weren't here earlier, sorry. Excuse me. I couldn't mute in time. Thank you. But at the start of the stream, I showcased that we've added a few more cosmetics. I've added this this silly slanted top hat and this bowler that actually like shades your head as well. Shades your face a little bit. Mysterious. And then I added some recolors for the faded scholar's cap. So we now have it in like a faded brown style and in a like a black style. Same goes for the robes as well. If I were to find that. Yeah, I'm just trying to get back into the swing of things with making outfits and stuff. We have, you know, this outfit, and then we have the brown recolor there. I do want to... I want to add a bunch of recolors and stuff, because we have a good assortment of, like, unique outfits, but I do want to add recolors to them. So that's going to be a... Yeah, that'll be a... something I'm going to slowly work towards. I think it'd be fun to, like, just add some more variety with recolors. Like, I could, yeah, something like this, you know, like... Did I add a recolor for this, actually, or is this just an unused one? Let me just double check. Let's see, scrap. Yeah, I did. Okay, I did add that one. Yeah. But I would like to add some more of those. This one could... Actually, you know what? Let's see. Let's see what we can do here. using the magic of the select color gamut option. Hehehehe. Technology, I can just do that. Whoa. Technology. Yeah, I just kind of thought like maybe I close off with some of this today. Close off today with a bit of Stream Avatar's work. I do want to add more stuff to them, so now is the perfect time. Good night. I like that. I guess we can re-add this. Yeah. And then I think I can also make like a matching hat. Just find it. Yeah, there's the hat. So if I just took this and then pew, pew, pew. Yeah. This one is okay, so I will have to go into the files of stream avatars real quick. Just 1 second, I'm gonna temporarily disable the avatars so I can open up the folder here to their gear directory, and then the in ed, I will add the Matchbox cap. Oops. There we go. That's another thing I forgot that I added. I added an eye patch option. There's an eye patch option, I forgot. Yeah, that's another item that we made. Let me just... Hi Thorian, welcome, welcome. Let's see. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to copy item position, and I'm gonna go here. 50 by 50 unique position and paste positions. So that way, automatically adjust the hat to copy. Yeah, that one. There we go. So that's one recolor added. Ba, 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 ba. And then I gotta add the jacket, gear, body. Oh, my mouse is acting a little weird now. There we go. Add that. We save. Go here for the jacket. Then we copy positions. The blue scarf one. And that. Paste positions. There you go, that one should be good now. Save that. Then I'll re-enable the avatars. There they are. Just gonna do a quick test. Yeah, there we go. Yippee! Yay! Recolor added. Okay, nice. Oh yeah, this was a hairstyle I added. I forgot. Did I actually add to the... Hold on, let me see. Did I actually add it to the... I did. Yeah, hold on. Let me get rid of the hat on this guy. Yeah. Yippee! It's a little high top style. But I do want to add a bunch more. Ah, Ella. Then here, I'll show the eye patch on this guy as well. Eye patch! Woohoo! Yeah! That way we have a simple eye patch option for those who don't want to use the rat, the one you get from the Manor Rat. The rat eye patch looks like that. Covers the other eye, too. Hehehe. Yeah. Here's another style that I was working on. It's kind of like a... I don't know how to describe it, but it's like... sort of spiky. Kind of. Mm. Hi, Robert. Have you ever experimented with 3D model before? I have, but I didn't really make anything of it. I never went anywhere, but I have tried at least. typing. I like that. Oh, SFM? I don't think I've ever done anything with that. It's not in memory. Wait, first I just want to make sure that... Hmm. Yeah, I'm trying to do my best to like include nice, like diverse set of hairstyles. Mhm. Mhm. Hi Shin! We love it when Shin! We're on the cute critic. Yeah! Good morning. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we worked on this for most of today, just this little Polaroid of the Grand Library. I think I like how it turned out. Little hallway segment, uh, showing a little grand library room. Yeah. And then I wanted to jump over to some stream avatars stuff. There was a few styles I was working on off stream that I wanted to clean up now. What do we think of this style so far? This wax style. Thank you. Okay. Yippee. But I do want to try and add a good bunch of wax styles. You have no wick, yeah. It's because the candle wick is customizable. So right now this is just a candle sculpture right now. It also does remind me though, I do want to add some more wick styles in the future though too. Because I noticed some hats cover up the candle wick entirely for some of the styles. So I'm thinking maybe we add some styles that are sort of like a side-parted candle wick. That way you could wear it with hats and still show the flame. Just view the grid here. Yeah, so these two. still need to move over, but that's okay. There we go. Save this. Hide the candle. What would be a good name for this style? Because the one that I wrote down here was swept back short dreads, but I'm not sure if that suits it. Right for now. Da, da, da. A wolf cut. Candle. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna have to quickly disable the avatars real quick again, so my apologies. Let me just quickly add that new hairstyle in. Then add palette swap. There we go. Then save. Then reconnect. There we go. Oh, Ember Vent. Here we go. Where am I? Oh, sorry, yeah, it's probably a little disorientated because I had to re-enable the avatars for, yeah. Just disabled them for like a quick second, but now they're back. I kind of like this one. This one's kind of cute. I don't think we have much, like, I don't think we have much curly hair representation in our wardrobe quite yet, so yeah. Hmm. Yeah. Oops. Lighted claw is an arm item, I think. Yeah. Gives you one long spooky claw. Dun, da, da, da. Like his claw. Yeah. Yippee! Weather alert in effect. What's this weather alert? Ah. Oh yeah, with the bomb command, yeah, please try not to spam it too much. A little tip, is if you do use the Stream Avatars extension, there is a way to just, use the actions there. If you click like the three lines, drop down menu, there's an actions button, and from there you can actually manage your character there. Just to avoid clogging the chat. No worries. No worries. I forgot to mention. Take care, Cryo. Oh, just a heads up, everyone. Ads happen in about 13 seconds. But just a heads up for that. Yeah, have fun. I'm gonna check something real quick. Hold on. Yeah. Whoa. Ember event. Yippee! Okay, just gotta quickly disconnect the avatars real quick. Add this new one. Save that. Reconnect the avatars. There we go. Alright, alright, alright. Save the file here. Thank you for the hydrate. Take care, Pie. Thanks for hanging out. Ah, Cosmic, thank you. What the heck? Wow, 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 wow. Thank you so much for the 2 months. Ah, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you very, very much. I hope you're doing well. Hope you and everyone are doing swell. It's so sweet. Thank you so much for the hydrate and stretch. Thank you. Ah, big stretch. Ah, back with food? Ooh, what food? Yum. Pasta with meat sauce. Yum. Delicious. What is it? What is this style usually called? I feel like I've seen hair like this before. I just don't remember the name. Would it be? No, is it? Hold on. Hmm. Amber event. There we go. Whoa. Okay, hold on. I have a hairstyle to fix there. Boom. There we go. I didn't even realize that one was broken. There we go. Save. Yeah. Mhm. Okay, so with this, I think I'll pause for today. I'm gonna get the concept art for this style out of the way. Yeah, there we go. Yippee! All right. Sorry, I was a little quiet there. I was kind of locking in for the last little segment there. Yeah. Just wanted to make a couple of new styles for the candles. Got a little mini fro. Got some pushed back locks. Yeah. We got yeah. 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 Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yippee. Yeah. Let's see. Okay, I'm just getting things cleaned up here. Yeah, there we go. Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yippee. Mhm. So next time, I think I'll have a plan set out. I'll see if I can try and be. Well, I don't know if I'll try and be back tomorrow? Question mark. Let me just check the schedule here. Hmm. I might be doing some repo at 8 in 8 hours. Or 7.5 hours now. I do have a repo session scheduled. I'm not sure if we're streaming that. I mean, I guess we'll see. Yeah, I guess I'll let everyone know if I'll let everyone know if something happens there. Yeah. Yeah, for now this is it from me. Whoa. Yippee. Actually, wow. Yeah. Here we go. Pretty happy with those. I just wanted to include a nice like diversity of hairstyles and stuff. Mm-hmm. So I know we have like a lot of similar looking hairstyles that just kind of have like the swept hair kind of look. But yeah, I just wanted to add even more unique styles. Yippee! And we also added that, yeah, all the styles. Then we added that recolor, which should be available now, I think. The recolor to match Matchbox's outfit. So if I just spawn them in here. Yeah, this one. This outfit. Let me get the hat here as well. Yeah. I think it'll be fun. I think it'll be fun to add some recolors, and maybe I'll even like adjust some of the outfits so that way they have like a higher contrast. They stand out a little better. Yeah. There's a lot we can do with the cosmetics. Really excited. Okay, just save that for now. Save this as the last thing we worked on. We didn't do anything. Oh yeah, here we go. Okay. I forgot to show. So off stream, I've been doodling, and I came up with an outfit for Mad Waltz. I forgot to show everybody this. I forgot this was a thing I did. But I do this like little painter's outfit for Mad Waltz. You have like a painter beret, fun little outfit there. Yippee! So I was looking through all the candles and I realized that Mad Waltz doesn't really have many outfits to put on the website. So yeah, this is kind of just like a filler artwork. Hehehehe. Also work on that sometime too. Yeah. But instead of their wick going around a little top hat, it's going around their little beret. Yippee! And they got like a little popped collar and like a tie and yeah. Fun little outfit. Based on the art gala hall of the manor. Yippee! Okay, I shall find someone for us to say hi to. Pancakes or waffles? I like both. I do like both. I enjoy both. I'm an enjoyer of both. If I had to pick one though, I will say waffles because waffles, they hold in the syrup, which is always nice. Like the berry syrup or the maple syrup. But I do enjoy both. Because pancakes also absorb the syrup. Yeah. Smelly answer. Well, candles are scented. Alright, let's see. Here we go. Pause raids. Since we are about to head out. Working at work. Ah, thank you. Send well wishes. Let's see here. Hmm. Dun, dun, dun. We can say hi to. I don't think I've had many chances to raid Rumble. Yeah, let's go say hi to Rumble. Polar Bear VTuber. Yeah. Yeah. Rumble is currently playing Skyrim Special Edition. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. Getting set up here. Alright, here we go. Yippee! Yeah. So guys, say hi to Rumble. Hope you all have a great rest of your day or night. Please make sure you take care of yourselves. Wow. Yeah. Thank you all so much for joining me for some art today. I'm really happy with the progress we made. Yippee! Okay. Take care of yourselves. Bye bye.